Hello. It is time. Was I not just hearing like a bunch of... Oh well. Okay. So, my plan is to kind of use this idea, but change it just directly, trying to fix angular velocity changes. Benefit. The inertia of an object is never consistent, right? I'm not moving a sphere. I can use the actual force calculations. I can literally plug in all the forces and say, hey, I'm going to do a spring here. I'm going to... Okay, well, I'm not going to do spring. I'm going to do gravity here. What happens to the body? What's the resulting angular velocity? Take that as the vector. As the vector thing. Do all the scaling. Run it again. And hopefully it's like a linear relationship. Decreasing the scale of one and applying that back should just do the same thing again. Right. Because I'm not going to move the point. The point's going to stay the same. It's just going to be the amount of force. So it should just have a linear... Yeah, I mean... It should just have a linear effect. The linear velocity change is gonna... I guess the linear velocity change is probably what needs to be the rescaling part. So I need to make sure that my linear velocity change is always the same. I guess so essentially what I have is I could even have a 4-dimensional vector. That would make sense. I don't know. Let me just think about it. If I use the angular velocity vectors, then I can make sure I zero it out. But the length of the length of angular velocity is not what I should be keeping constant. I should be keeping constant the a separate thing. Hey, Dylan. You know what? I might just look this up. Try doing some research here. All right, so I just get a bunch of like exercise stuff. I thought. All right, how to. Okay, there's a phrase here that just caught my attention. It was distribute the weight equally among the grounded legs. The lazy version is saying, okay, I have 3 legs, they each get a third of the weight. That's not really correct because each of those points technically receives a different amount of weight. Like realistically, if I had a triangle like this and they were spaced equally, these two would get a third of the weight combined, or I guess half the weight combined, and this one on this side gets half the weight. So out of half the weight, these would get half of that. So front leg gets a quarter, back leg gets a quarter, left leg, or I guess the right leg on camera, gets half. So the question is, how do I know that distribution? If I can calculate that, then I could skip all this stuff. If there's a better way to calculate that. All right, let me look at this. Okay. The percentage of weight at multiple points on it. If I know this, if I can say, here's my points. Hi, Yulia. I really hope someone doesn't answer this and say, just apply the force at the center of the vehicle, idiot. I mean, this just looks great, because this is exactly what I'm doing. Pretend that these are the points of contact of legs, and there's the center of mass. Or not even that, just like, you know, how much weight do I distribute there? Make a code that finds the value that results in a hash of all zeros. Yeah, I'll do that. All zeros? I mean, you can work backwards. Sort of. I'm not exactly sure how you work backwards, but it would be slow. It doesn't break like the fact that you can't go from a hash to what the original input was if you're just looking for any input. And you can just invent that input as you go backwards. Although I'm not exactly sure how SHA-256 works. I've looked at MD5. That one you can like technically go backwards to produce some input. Well, actually, no. Hang on. Yeah, never mind. I'm not actually sure about that. Never mind. That's definitely not right. Because if you could do that... Yeah, never mind. Gosh, you're like nerd sniping right now. I want to look at the implementation for like MD5 and see like how it does it, because now I'm like, well, how does it prevent you from just being able to work backwards to any input? I imagine part of it is that it reads the input and then it determines like how many shuffles of something to do, which I guess means in a way you still can't work backwards, because you'd have to like keep providing some arbitrary inputs to see if it works. So I guess it's the same way. Yeah, okay, I understand what they did. They like rest the object in the physics sim and like do some kind of scale thing, which I'm assuming is like a spring. They use a spring, a calibrated spring. Gradient descent. Oh, that's hilarious because that's what I'm doing. Winkler medium model? Oh, wait, I can't scroll it. Man, I wish this could like load correctly so I don't have to blind myself reading this. I'll try to come up with a solution. Oh. Special table of ship is supported by forces blah applied at n fixed points. In general, there are two vector equations you need to solve. Ship to remain suspended, the net force on it must be 0. G is the gravity vector, right? Yeah, the total force is just the opposite of gravity. The net torque must be 0 so that the table ship does not rotate. Are the positions where the forces are applied relative to their mass. Cross product of the force. If all forces in the same vertical direction, the equation yourself can be simplified somewhat, namely if linear system of 3 equations. N? What's N? Have to go out and have fun. You know what the sign is? That's sigma. I'm pretty sure that's sigma. Yes. For instance, when there's an unstable solution, if and only if. Yeah, okay. Oh, n is a number of points. There's an unstable solution if the center of mass lies on the line connecting. There's a unique, stable solution as long as no 2 points are collinear with a center of mass. I don't remember what that means. All forces be non-negative. The center of mass must lie in the interior of a triangle. Yeah. Some of the vertices are collinear to the center of mass. There are infinitely many solutions. Zelda mail? Okay. Equation equilibrium of equilibrium of a particle. Okay. When they're in equilibrium. Holy jeez. Why does it say Newtonian gravity? That's the tag. Toppling of a cylinder on a block. What now? How are these related? These are not related. Oh, I thought the sentence was the answer is to think about the problem. I thought was what they said. X, I. When they say R is a vector. R of I. Relative to the center of mass. So we can discard a direction and just go two-dimensional. The force vector is equal to the force times the unit vector z. Gravity is just the opposite of that. I mean, yeah, my force is always just opposing gravity. Blast that. Why do I even check the links you send? Why do I even check? Ugh. The sum of all forces is equivalent to gravity. And the sum of, when they say X, the force is just a value. The sum of forces in the X and Y direction are 0. But is he correct? That's the question. All right.
Values when a particle is in equilibrium in 3 dimensions. We have the following equations
So this says
to keep
particle.
in mind. All we're
I have
saying is that
mass.
for an object to stay in equilibrium, or in simple terms, at rest, all the components of the forces affecting it must sum up to 0. Let's say we have an object hung up like this. We can assume the directions of the forces. After you solve the problem, if you get a negative answer, that means it's opposite to the direction you chose. To solve these problems, you must know how to express forces in Cartesian form. If you don't remember or need a refresh, please check the description for force vectors along a line. Without further ado, let's get started. Let's take a look at this problem where we need to find the force in each cable after...
Wait a second. This is what I tried already. I did do this. The sum of x and y coordinate at each. So xi means the x coordinate times the force. This just didn't work though. It was worse than not doing it at all. I don't know, maybe this, maybe I'll just like see something in here that's like, oh, I get it. Oh.
We have a force from A to B, a force from A to C, and a force from A to D. We also have the weight of the pot, which is straight down. So we need to express each of these forces in Cartesian form. The weight is easy. It's straight down along the z-axis, so it'll just have a k component, which is mass times the acceleration due to gravity. Now for the other cables, we need 3 position vectors for each of them. So let's write down the locations of interest. Now that we have all the points, we can write our position vectors. Next, we can calculate the magnitude of each position vector. Now comes the unit vectors. So we're just dividing each component of our position vector by the magnitude. We can finally express each force in Cartesian form. All we do is multiply the magnitude of the force by the unit vector. Now that we have all the forces, we can equate all the individual components to 0. Let's start with the x components. So we see that we have 2 x components. Both of them added together must equal 0. Next, the y component. Lastly, we have the z components. From this equation, we can directly solve for force AB.
Dumpy? I don't even have it open right now. I'm looking at it. I'm just thinking. Okay, well, he was able to do this because one of these was the only one that had as the z component, or k. Wait, what? No, how? Wait, but how? Why could you solve for force AB immediately? I guess because those two are on the other side. Because that one's force has to be equivalent to the other two. Or, wait, why can you solve for that one immediately?
Next, the y component. Lastly, we have the z components. From this,
Oh, because these are technically like 0. So yeah, because the other ones are 0, they don't even factor in.
equation,
Okay, but this is like...
we can directly solve for force AB. Now we have two equations left with two unknowns. Let's solve them. Don't forget to use the value of force AB we just found. Those are our answers. Let's take a look at this
I
problem.
mean, that
where
one's a
plate is hanging-
crafted problem because you have like your... That's like a hand problem, right? You have your initial point. You say, oh, well, obviously I can calculate AB immediately because it's the only one that has any Z component. Of a uniform plate to determine the largest mass the plate can have of each cable can support a maximum tension of 15,000 newtons.
from cables. Each cable can support a maximum tension of 15 kilonewtons, and we need to find the largest mass of the plate that can be hung. So first, we need to express the forces in each cable in Cartesian form. The process is identical to what we did before. Let's start with our locations. Now that we have our locations, let's write our position vectors for each cable. I'm assuming all the forces start from the plate and travel towards point A, so the position vectors will be from B to A, C to A, and D to A. Now that we have the position vectors, it's time for the magnitudes. Next is the unit vectors.
What, they're all the same
Now
length?
to express
What?
each force, all we need to do is multiply the magnitude of the force by the unit vector.
Huh? What? Huh? That's just like crazy. How do you set up a problem like this where you know you can have integer values? That's just kind of crazy.
Don't forget, we also have the weight of the plate, which will be straight down. Now we're going to equal each component to 0. First, the x components. Next, y components. Lastly, we have the z components. Now we need to make an assumption. Let's say we assume cable AB will carry the largest force possible. So we will assume it to have a tension of 15 kilonewtons. That's the max the cable can support. If we do that, we need to check to see if the other cables are less than or equal to 15 kilonewtons. If they go over, then cable AB can't be 15 kilonewtons. Let's assume cable AB is 15 kilonewtons and solve the equations. We get the following values. This tells us that
What?
cable CA carries no force, and cable DA also carries the maximum it can.
And then B and D pass over the center of mass? How? How do you set up this problem? For C to carry no weight, it means that draw a line from B to D and that passes directly over the center of mass. How do you do that? I guess this, okay, I guess this is 4 away, and then it's 6 from the center. Okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. These are actually, yeah, I mean, obviously, these two ones have been set up so they pass directly over
So
the center
all
of
the
mass.
conditions we require are met. Now all that's left is to divide the weight by the acceleration due to gravity to get the mass. But let's say we assumed cable CA to be 15 kilonewtons. Then when you solve them, you will see that no solutions exist. If we assumed cable DA to be 15 kilonewtons, A having springs. In this question, let's take a look at one last example involving springs. In this question, we need to find the stretch of the two springs in order to hold the 20 kilogram crate in equilibrium. So the way to solve it is pretty much the same as before, where we need to express each force in Cartesian form. If we look at the two springs, spring OA lies on the negative y-axis, and spring OB lies in the negative x-axis. That means spring OA will only have a j component, while spring OB will have an I component. Next, we need to express the force in cable OC, so the position vector for OC can be written like this. Now the magnitude.
Okay, this is like some weird perspective stuff. I thought I was going backwards, it's actually coming forwards. I see.
The unit vector comes next. Finally, we can express the force
Okay, apparently 6, 4, 12 is just the magic triangle for 3 dimensions, and you get 14.
In form.
Okay, now that makes sense.
We have one more force, which is the weight of the crate. That can be expressed in Cartesian form like this, since it's straight down and only has a k component. Now we can equal each component.
Is 2, 3, 4... It's 4, 3, 5. Oh, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Because 2, 3, 4 multiply everything by 3. Okay.
To 0. We now have 3 equations with 3 unknowns, so let's solve them. To figure out the stretch in each of the springs, all we need to do is use Hooke's law. K is the stiffness of the spring and S is the elongation or compression. Let's start with spring OA. Next, we have spring OB. These values tells us how much the spring stretched after a 20 kilogram crate was hung. That should cover the types of problems you will face. One thing you
To make a Stack Exchange account and say, hey, did you ever solve this? He made his account to ask this question, and then that was it. Last seen over 3 years ago. Did he solve it? Wait a second. Maximum tension. Technically, that's what I have. I don't know. I don't have... I don't think this does it, because this is all still like an equal distribution of weight on the entire object. Because what's missing in here is like inertia as well. Maybe it's fine enough to not account for that. I'll be back. I'm back. All right. Well, so I was thinking, also that was my break. So, and I guess I need to have lunch at some point soon. Man. This is what I get for just starting so late. Like the start of my stream is just me not being here. Not doing anything. Alright, let's do this. $16, I'll get food. Alright. Let me look at this. Let me see what this is. Okay, this is looking at like soil. I don't know. There was this. Gradient descent. I would say this is sort of what I'm doing already, but it's not. My method is actually really lazy. I'm not computing a gradient and then following the gradient. So what I think I might do is I'm probably just going to go Python and try to do simulations and come up with a very generic model. Starting in 1 dimension, going to 2 dimensions and then 3 dimensions. Because ultimately, the goal is to have in a single dimension a gravity and a force equivalent to gravity, opposing gravity. That's immediately just 1 dimensional, right? I just take gravity times my force, gravity as a vector, times my force. And then it is making sure the overall angular velocity, or torque, of the result is 0. Which will include inertia, essentially. Given the moment of inertia on all axes, I can just build up from 1 to 3 dimensions. Gravity is always a single, one-dimensional force. It's just up, or I guess down. So, one of the thoughts that I had was I can compute essentially imagine an n-dimensional object. N dimensions is the number of points I have. So if I have 2 points that I'm applying a force to, I have a two-dimensional graph, a two-dimensional object. So I can just project that as a graph on the screen. And I can basically compute the gradient at 0.1, the gradient at 0.2, and then using that, into my current result, I can say, all right, essentially, where am I on the graph? On a one-dimensional graph in this case. So if I have whatever the method is, I can compute proper gradients of each point. The points are going to be fixed, they're not going to move. But they each have their own equivalent amount of angular, or I guess torque applied. It's either positive or negative torque on the axis of rotation. So my thinking is maybe I set up a simulation. Probably not any graphics. I mean, maybe I'll look at plot or something. I don't know. I could do it in Godot. I could probably code it all into Godot and use a simulation there. So I can like really visualize it with like shapes. Essentially, given a mass, inertia, I think I also need the center of mass. I think I need all three of those. So I have a point, center of mass, the inertia. At least 2 points, really. How much force do I have to apply at each point to have a linear result of negating gravity and an angular result of 0? As close to 0 as possible. And I can have it, yeah, maybe I'll do it in Godot. Because it's probably close enough. All right. And then once I get to 2 dimensions, that'll be 2 axes of rotation, so that'll be like pitch and roll, probably. So it'll be, I have like a flat plane with mass, and I'm attaching points around. So pretty much I can only do pitch and roll, I can't yaw. And then I go to 3 dimensions where I take those points and I shift them, essentially just like move them down or something. Or I mean, not even that. I could just take it 3 dimensions like that, but also I would start rotating the body itself. So the body would have some rotation that it wants to keep, but it has like all 3 axes to worry about. It has some pitch, it has some roll, it has some yaw. And then I can really actually test it in physics at that point and just put on the objects and see what the result is. Okay. There's my plan. I might just do a new project, an entirely new project, to test this out. I mean, I can do it in the same, I'll just do it in the same project. I'll just set up like a test scene. It's gonna start as a 2D scene. It'll be I mean, yeah, I'll just start purely 2D and do like a custom simulation. So what happens if I make this the start? Alright, cool. Um, how do I? I've not done anything with 2D, so I don't really know how to set this up. A node that applies a color tint to a canvas. Does that do anything? No. I don't know what that is. Uh I literally don't know. Why is the canvas weird? This can't be right. Can I preview? Did I just do? How can I set the background color? Sit on the camera. Hmm. What? Do I do this again? Okay. Don't know how this works. Alright, I'll just do this because it's odd. Really? Full just doesn't do anything. Do I need a control node first? Canvas layer? Wow, okay. All right. I'm there. I was I looking for this? A 2D mesh? Oh, plane. Oh, wait, no, plane mesh is here. I can't see it because it's color texture. Color texture. Material. What? Oh, wait. Why is this the scale? Does this work? Okay, I see it up there. It is unlit. Um, Rigid body. Mesh. Rectangle shape. Okay. All right. I'm going to go get food. I'll be back. Everything is going to be easier after this. Like, surely, right? Oh, this is just crazy stuff. Who would have thought physics could be so complicated? How do I use any of the stuff I set up? Jeez. I'll be back. I'm back. Got food. I'm going to eat. Way back. I'm back. Where'd the rigid body go? Why is it down there? Okay. All right, so I need like a set of points. How do I do that? I mean, I guess what I do is I probably make... Yeah. I think I probably want to do this. Yeah. So now I can have this nested in here. uh... Invalid inherit... Oh. Right. So I should just call it force point 2D. Okay. Save, and then I can... There we go. All right, so the idea here is that these are going to be top level. Huh? Canvas item top level. Ah, there. Okay. All right, so I give these top level points. It doesn't matter where I put these. This is always going to be... does it matter where I put these? Technically not. Because the result here is that... Well, no, I probably should focus on just one-dimensional. Alright, here's what I'll do. They won't be top level. They will be zeroed on these axes, so I can be sure that I'm really focusing on like a single dimension. Though I don't know if it really matters. I don't know. All right. I have my 2 force points. I have this. Balance. Balance body. And now it falls. There it goes. Okay. All right. I will collect my force points. Feels a little loud. Okay. Find children. I'll turn that off. I'm gonna need recursive. All right. Cool. All right. So here's the math. Essentially, I calculate a weight distribution. Or something similar to this. At the end of the day, I'm taking in my mass, and I am applying a constant force times the mass to negate gravity. Basically this. So I want to share total gravity. So say 0.5. They both share equal amounts. I'll even so I'll say resize to count, and then I'll do fill one over count. And do 4 point in force points. Do state. Apply force. I think it's actually apply impulse is going to get me the proper thing. So impulse will be state total gravity times the okay, let me do this. Apply impulses relative to the origin in global coordinates. So it'll be, I guess, global position. I think it's like this times the inverse, so state transform. Like that. Okay. So now if I run, it should just float there. Cool. It's floating there. If I say that forces is more like 0.4 and 0.6, I should see it kind of spin out and fall. Okay. Okay, let's make these place like a mesh by themselves. What? I guess it is just actually a sphere mesh. This is pixels, so let's make it. I don't know, I guess 10's probably fine. That's radius. Gradient texture 1D. It's an int, right? Yeah. And then I guess I'll do that color. That seems fine. Add point on a null value. Okay. Okay. It should probably be a random color, right? Can I do like a static? Is that allowed? Yeah. You got any update on cookie agreements? Nope. I really wish it showed these colors on the side, because it shows that if I type in the RGB values, it'll show it. Maybe I can copy like this. I guess I can just do that. I just got it from Reddit and Twitch. I don't know. I haven't like opened normal Twitch yet. Just like the streamer side of it. Oh yeah, I've got to fix some of these. Like this should honestly just drop these two. Is there a less crazy red color? Dark red. I should actually use this one. Actually, I prefer this one. I guess I can have a gray and a white color. we can have commas at the end of an array. Cool. All right. Yep. Okay. This dark blue one is the second one. It's always kind of pushing it up, and then it flips it around. Yep. It's basically in a perfect equilibrium there. Okay. But then I want to see if I make one of these not, then it's gonna fall, right? Yep. Okay. But as long as he's add up to 1, then yeah, that's fine. So now test. Can I? Hello? Can I select something else? Okay. Lock. 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 Okay. Right. Okay. So it stays floating. The only thing that changes here is like how much rotation it's getting. Is there a point at which this one... Oh yeah, it's getting really close there. It still tips over, which means this is still not enough. Oh wait, no, this was too much. And that is not enough. And I'm just about on the balance side. Oh. Yep. Okay. So I just want to see that changing the position of this does affect, definitely affects, because even though the second one is using, oh, it is using more force. Even though the second one was using more force, there's a point at which that force is applying such little rotation that it gets overpowered by the one that's closer. Is that right? Yeah, the first one is too strong. Wait, what? How does it make any sense? Oh, yeah, right, okay. The first one is the... Let me do this. Might be a bit easier to like, keep track of this ordering if I do it this way. Okay, so the first one is the green one. Which means it's the one that's applying 0.4 force. Yeah, so it's always on the bottom because the top one's applying more force than it. But then, as I would drag this one away, it was like 130. It's just about where it totally balances out. It's still not enough. Still not enough. It's not too far. $135 is almost exactly balanced. In fact, it seems like it is exactly balanced. So even though the yellow one is applying more force, the green one gets a lot more torque because it's further away from the center of mass. So this is where they... It seems like it perfectly cancels out there. Okay. Which is funny because this one is at 90 and this one is at 135. And some interesting circ-like angles there. If you have 90, 135 is exactly 45 degrees away from that. This is 0.4, this is 0.6. Interesting. Okay. Right, well, the idea is not to do that. The idea is to, well, I guess, yeah, if I were to now set these to be equal, you now see that that green one is applying more force than it should be. So in this case, if I do the math right, I should be able to calculate out 0.4, 0.6. Ideally. And I think it shouldn't matter if I... Let me go and type in 0.4 and 0.6 and see. Yes, that's balanced. It shouldn't matter where I move these vertically. If I bring these down here, it should be the same result. Yeah. Yeah. Now, I think it does matter if I bring only one of them down. Selecting in 2D is kind of terrible, gotta be honest. This is gonna matter. It does not matter. Interesting. Okay. I wasn't expecting to see that. But okay. Right. So essentially what I'm doing here is I look at the... I need to know how much torque is being applied to this. I need to calculate the angular change in velocity. So to do that, I'm going to look at what apply impulse does here. I want to go see the code. Body apply impulse. Body apply impulse. Uh, Inverse inertia times the position minus a center of mass cross the impulse point. Okay. And then I want to minimize that. Inverse inertia, fortunately, is just a single yeah, it's a single floating point because there's only one axis of rotation in 2 dimensions. And it's the cross product of those vectors. It's the angular. Cross product is a scalar value? Huh? The cross product in 3 dimensions is a vector. Cross product in 2 dimensions is a number? Whoops. Okay. Okay. So the idea here is that before I even run this calculation, I can determine what the result should be before I do this. So the change, so this is my oh no. Bird flew into my window, but I think he's fine because there are other birds hopping around. There's like 3 birds sitting there on the ground hopping around right at the bottom of the window, so. All right. So anyway, this is my gradient, right? This value, this angular velocity is my gradient. Um, um, yeah, position, center of mass, cross the impulse. Which I think I can probably just exclude this multiplication here and just use let me check what cross in 3 dimensions is again. Multiplication and subtraction. Okay. How does 2 dimensions return 1 value and 3 dimensions returns a Is it like you have to match each dimension with every other dimension? So does that mean a cross product of a 4-dimensional thing would be like, how many pairings there are there? 12 dimensions or something like that? Well. The inverse and this is going to be the same. Okay, well this becomes a vector is the difference. And then a lot of this stuff matters. So let me just keep it normal. Is that right? Impulse times inverse mass. Yep. Okay. And if I set these to the right value, I get the same result again. Perfectly stable. Okay. Let me even print it and see if they are just the exact same value opposing. Oh, they pretty much are. Okay, they're very slightly different, but this is really accurate, right? This is a difference of... This is an incredibly small difference. Alright. Alright. I think before I go too much further into this, there's something I need to see about gradient descent. I've seen... I just suddenly have this visualization in my head of how to avoid something happening here. This. It might have been this. Thing is, I may not even need this. Heroin. Alright, let me just see. And I'll just write out. I'll just do that and then print it at the end. Interesting. Okay. Alright, so what do I see? Those are some interesting numbers. Okay. How could I plot this? Because those are really close to what I thought I needed, which was like 0.4 and 0.6. These don't add up to 1, though. These are definitely... Well... If I were to normalize... If I were to... First of all, get rid of that negative sign, and then normalize this. What would I get? What? No. Oh, that's really interesting. Just gotta watch a streamer finish playing Pragmata. Story-wise, you can say they managed to get you invested from the start. Nice. That's nice. Definitely if you're making like I haven't really seen well I have seen the trailers. I forgot what the gameplay elements were. But I think always having a good story is way better than not. Like even the most fun game would just be better if there was a good story with it. It's really Alright, what if I did leave this negative sign there? Three and -2. I mean, there's still like a 0.6 and 0.4 in there, right? Interesting. The gameplay involved hacking and shooting at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, there were puzzles. I've seen nothing but like one trailer of it. Um That's really weird. Why does normalizing that, not as a vector, but as like a sum total, give you sort of the numbers you need? Leaving the negative sign there gives me 3 and -2. Which still in a way encodes. That's still 0.6 and 0.4 to me. It's like yeah. Times 0.2 gets you that. But I know the real result is 0.4 and 0.6. That's the real result to balance it out. Oh wait, those numbers are perfectly opposite now. Earlier they were not exactly opposite, but now they are. So how does that come out of this? I think in this case, because I don't have, I mean, I do have perfect information. I know the exact position of these. But it's more or less, it more or less is like this. This is a gradient, right? This one applies negative 0.6 radians per second. This one applies positive 0.4 radians per second. I want these numbers to be the same. So if I treat those numbers as like a slope, right? I mean, the equation essentially comes out to be like right. Let me just see what this looks like. I don't even know if it's going to plot this. Was it 6.2? Right, this is the slope. Or this is the equation. And I would say I need to solve for 0, but that's... It's not exactly x and y. It's like I and j. And I have this constraint. Let me see if this one... I mean, with 2 parameters, you can solve it exactly, I think. Does it, Yeah, I thought so. Because you can just write I in terms of j, and you can plug in I. And then just solve for j, and then once you get j, you get I. Is that right? you would do I is equal to 1 minus j. Yeah. Can I compute? I guess what I want to do is I want, okay. So given these two inputs, I would figure out right. I have my gradient, I guess. But I want to know sort of a direction to go from there. What do I do? Sort of a normalized transformation that I can basically add to forces such that anything that increases is accompanied by an equivalent decrease on something else. So essentially I want to compute like a change vector, a vector I can just add to it. Or even just something to multiply it by too, that also works. Like I multiply something by 1.1 and another thing by like 0.8 or whatever. Probably not exactly that. Because then the relative changes would be different for different sizes. So it'd have to be a plus and a minus. I mean, I guess this is a direction, right? This is a direction to go in. Because it is like telling me I should decrease the first value and increase the second value. And I got this. So I take this. I mean, actually, I think I do. I would normalize it, right? I would just normalize it. Okay, what if I did it? What? No, but this isn't right. How can I... Because any change I make has to be applied equally to both. This is my... This is where I'm at, and then I have my slope. Is that right? Does that make sense? Which I guess tells me what? Adding 1 unit to this one results in a negative 0.8 resulting spin. Adding 1 unit of this one results in a positive 0.5 unit spin. I guess not really. This is normalizing it, which I guess just makes whatever the vector is, just makes it a length of 1. So I have like a 1 unit shift, right? That's what I'm assuming anyway. It's like a 1 unit shift. But I probably shouldn't do it like that actually, because it's not really a vector length. I think it is supposed to be more like this over the sum of that. Which, if the sum is already nearly 0, then I don't have anything to do, right? But what is this value? Like, what does that mean? I feel like it doesn't mean anything. Some of this is negative 0.2. I want the sum to become 0. A direction to move in. A direction to move in. I mean, I know what the direction should be. The direction should be to Well, this is what I know. Let me say. I have these three things. So what do I do? What if I were to multiply g times the sum of g? What does this mean? No, g over the sum of g. And then what did I figure it was to get a normalization at the same time? No. I mean, it was this, right? These values add up to 1, but it's weird because they're not less than 1. If I were to divide that by 5, then I get this. which is just weird. I mean, I guess the idea is if I were to subtract this from the current forces, is this my slope? Keep going. Do I just interpret that as the slope? A decrease in x is an increase in y. I normalize that, which means, I mean, that should just be taking over its sum, really. Or not. The slope is like... The slope is more like a gradient, I guess. Is it really steep or is it really flat? I guess the sum becomes the gradient, right? If I go to the left, that's the value I get. If I go to the right, oh well, okay. Like this is the slope. Right. If I balance more towards 0.0 somehow, I don't know how I know this, but somehow this side is more in the direction of the 0.0, and this side is more in the direction of 0.1. But how do I translate that into a change to apply to the whole thing at once? It also doesn't work in 3 dimensions. That doesn't generalize. Let me check something. Like, what's the... Cross product isn't even here. Thing is, in actuality, what would happen is both of these would decrease, or both of these would change by the same value at the same time. one decreases by 0.1, the other one increases by 0.1. Is there somehow a way to extract that? Can I get a vector of minus 0.1 plus 0.1? All right. Here's what I got. This line, right? So initially, I'm here. Heroin. So I guess the question is, which direction on this graph do I go, right? Not only which direction do I go, but how much in that direction do I go? I want to know both of those. The ideal solution is that. In 2 dimensions, or with two points, I have 1 dimension. So if I just treat the line, or the surface really, as the object that I'm moving across, this is 1 dimension. I can go up this way, or I can go down this way. So it's like a positive and minus 1. The requirement is that I know this surface, I guess, in order to move along it. How can I obtain this? I mean, in 2 dimensions, it's just this formula. But I do have a special case where I'm allowed to exceed certain things. So like on one hand, I could have a 0. On the other hand, I could have a 2 on a coordinate, but I can't have a negative value. So this isn't really the exact thing. But whatever this point is, I have a slope. And that slope should tell me which direction and a rate of change I should be going in. So my slope at 0.5 is something in here. What is my slope here? Is this my slope? This is like a fixed value. This is like constant. I can think of this as x, right? This is my x. This is my slope, in a way. But I think all this together is really my slope. Yeah, this is more like the x. This is the, in like a weird backwards way, this is the variable. These are fixed, right? My point is fixed. My center mass is fixed. My impulse is fixed. I know that it's just going to be this. Or I guess this is my variable. So does that make my slope then? Okay, what if I did this? Okay. What is the inverse inertia? It's so small, it's not even displaying. Okay. That's just cool. Okay. And this would be... Alright, so yeah, what is my slope here? The slope is a derivative of this. So what's the derivative of this function? I can think of this as the force as the x, right? That's x. Derivative of a constant is 0. But what's 2x becomes 2. Right, that's the slope. So I could think of this as just doing this doesn't change. Constant. This is the variable. So it's multiplied by a bunch of constants. I think I can probably ignore total gravity because it's going to be the same across all of them. So I just have a force, essentially. So grad is my slope? That is my slope at each of these coordinates. Now let me plot this out, I guess. So I can actually see it. So I know in both cases, that's just going to be 0 for both of these. 0.5. I can just do this all at once, so I'll just... Whoa, what is happening? Okay, so those are my coordinates. Yeah. I'll match up the colors. I should really make these match in order. This one should probably be 1 and this one should be 2. Right, okay. So that's the left, that's the right. Do the same thing. It's the left, the right. I'm just doing this to see if these are straight lines. They should be straight lines. I don't know why they wouldn't be. Hello? Okay, that was weird. Right, and then I have to actually flip this around. Hello. How to find a non-game coding stream? Those exist. Read the titles, I suppose. If they don't say game in the title, then they're probably not working on a game. In fact, I think there's more non-game streams than game streams. I would bet. There's no non-gaming titles. Well, unlucky. I think it really is. I think that really is true though. I think most people are not doing games. So if it's not right now, then it will be later. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I was right. These are definitely just straight lines. But I guess the slope would be equivalent then to dividing it by this value. That's the slope, right? If it's definitely linear. Because it should be. Adding 1 unit gives me that much more rotation on any of the axes that it has. Can I add more? How'd you not get a precise value? What is that? All right, well that line, it tells me the R is 1, so that's basically perfect. Or the R squared is 1. Okay, so that's also 1. And those are the slopes. It's effectively that over the value. So if I were to do G over F, those are the slopes. 826875. One two four oh three one. Okay. So why no compiling? Thanks for reminding me. I didn't increase the day counter yet. I try to avoid compiling because I don't really. If I'm doing compiling, that means I'm working on Godot's engine code, and I don't want to do that. So what this tells me is that I can think of at the point 5 over 5. Can I do planes in here? I mean, I guess I can do a graph. All right, let me delete everything. How do I do? Can I actually do a plane? What if I did x equals y? X equals y plus z? Yeah, there's a plane. The octagon shape is the hexagon shape. Interesting. Can I make it not do the clipping? No. Whatever. So I can think of this as being it's like sx plus 0.5 y. Stop rotating. Is this right? Or no, it'd be x minus 0.5 y minus 0.5. Why did I not change the graph? Okay. I was trying to translate it. Okay, well I did translate it, but it's okay. It's just, can I shift the origin? That's what I would like to do. Whatever. What's this graph? I'm afraid of people who know geometry. I am trying to solve balancing. So I have this shape here. The point on the left is applying, I don't know. How much force do I have to apply at each point to negate gravity and to not rotate is the question. That's the question. I happen to know that the values are 0.4 and 0.6. But if I just share the force equally, it doesn't fall, but it also rotates a lot, right? If I make the forces 0.4 and 0.6, other way around, 0.6 and 0.4, I meant. Because I just flipped the points around. It stays steady. Right? It's perfectly stable. It doesn't fall. If I were to reduce this by half, you'll see it fall. See now it falls. But it doesn't rotate still, because I kept the proportions the same. So essentially, my question is, starting from just equally sharing the force among both points, how can I arrive at that 0.4, 0.6 ratio? So my idea here is that I don't even know how to graph a plane, to be honest. I literally don't know how to do that. But if I go to 0.4 and 0.5, and this is probably like, z might be a slope, I don't know. Okay, I have no clue. Actually, I don't know. Oh, no, that's probably right. Yeah, because I probably look at it. I don't know, this is the idea. 0.8. Okay, I can't copy it because it's just being... I can copy this value. Wait, what was that? Extend to 3D. Oh. No, that doesn't work. Is this supposed to be like y? Y plus x equals z? No, because now we're not on the right axis. Y minus x. How do I make the slope of this? What is that? Okay. That does this. That does this. That has the opposite effect. I mean, I guess if I think about it, it's like a normal, right? So it'd be like that. But I probably want to do this way. So the normal is pointing equal parts negative y, equal parts positive x, equal parts positive z. Right? Which is why as I increase these values, it like seems to align more with that axis. Anyway, what I was going for here is this line. And then I have a point on this surface at this location. Can I translate it along the y-axis? Oh, cool. Okay. So now if I were to... that's not doing what I thought it would do. Right, because I should be putting it out here. Okay. I guess if I said like 0x. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I'll just drop that 0x. The slope is 1. That is a weird result though. So slope is -1. Wait, how does that work? As y decreases, the value increases. I want that as the y increases, the value decreases. Or as the value increases, as y increases, the result increases. Okay. And then here's my thinking. Now I take this, and I plug that in there. You know, let me just do... Can I, like, do a not a plane? Could I say, like, z is equal to 2y? Okay, or x is equal to 2y? I want a line that goes up. Okay, z is just always going to make it a plane. All right. X, Y, Z. Or no. Keep that there. Stop rotating. Okay. Okay, so this is the first line. Right? And then the colors of these, it's blue and then orange. Right? Okay. Yeah, so my thinking there was that this somehow gives me like a surface to use. Doesn't really give me a surface to use. How do I do this? I was hoping I could visualize it to help me kind of like not translate the graph. I don't want to orbit it, I just want it to like actually move. Help. How's the soda air? Good. I mean, realistically, like I would be able to cross these two somehow. Because crossing, I mean, at least in three-dimensional space. This would give me a direction that I would like dot with this serp, but I don't know. I need a headbed. Alright, yeah. Sleep well. One day I'll figure out what I'm doing here. What if I were to do segment and then times 2? Doesn't let me do that. No. Because really it would be more accurate to like draw this line all the way through. Just what does this mean? Why? How does that just give me the answer? How does this work? Because it's starting with, or not even doing that, just literally only using G here. I divide it by its sum and I get something very close, right? I've said that the so when they're shared, I'll just do this over again. GFF gives me that. And then if I divide by so much. Like, it's telling me in a way that this is the solution. In like a weird way, it's telling me that. Okay, I had it the wrong way around. Right, but it's extra because it's actually the other way around. And then it's stable. So, I mean, I can't even just take that out. But of course the division by f like puts it back into like normal terms. How is that telling me the result? It's the result, but it's flipped. It's like saying, I mean, I guess that's the reason, right? It's saying, what is it saying? How is it telling me that? And what's the reason why I would flip those two? I would swap them around and I'd swap them around, multiply them by 0.2. Oh, or wasn't it like, I mean, I guess in this case, what this means is that the ratio between their distances is what this means. One is 90 pixels from the center, the other is 135 pixels from the center. 90 times 3 over 2 is 135. So it's like the ratio. Is that the meaning of it? Where's it? Okay. Was that right though? 0.6 and 0.4. So it's like why? Okay, so is it like an it's like an inverse? So if I would take 0.5, well, I don't even know. Like what does this give me? No, because if I start with G over the sum of G. All right, I'll do that. That did not work. What is it? I literally just had it written down too. X over Y times Z. Okay. Right. So my thinking was this is somehow telling me the ratio. But it's like the opposite. So the left would be a 6:4 ratio. So that means it would essentially be 1.5 times whatever the other one is. And this one would be a 4:6 ratio. So it'd be 2/3 of whatever the other one is. So just be short 0.6 over. I mean, I know this can be the exact same thing. Right. So this means if I were to take right, better do A over the sum of A. Uh, no. This would be, huh? No. Okay. Nope. Lost it. Lost it. Why is this like the same number? This value and this value are the same. Hey, Imperial. It's not scrolling. It's really annoying. Learning Python? No. I know Python. I've got to solve a system of equations. And I was like, I'll just start with 2 dimensions, so I have like 1 dimension of freedom. I mean, I'll demonstrate it. Alright, so this is 2D, right? The white box is an object, and then the blue and the orange point are points that force is being applied. The point on the left is applying 0.4 amount of force, and the one on the right is, other way around. This one is applying 0.6, this one is applying 0.4. So the result is that it floats here, it doesn't fall. So I could demonstrate falling just by having the amount of force that I'm applying. So now it falls. If I were to make it equal, it'll spin around. It won't fall, but it'll just spin around. So the equilibrium point is 0.6 and 0.4. No rotation, and it doesn't fall. I'm trying to figure out the process by going from that initial result of 0.5, sharing the force. How do I get from 0.5 to 0.6 and 0.4? How can I do that? But in a way that will expand up to 2 and 3 dimensions of, or 3 degrees of freedom. And I'm just not really able to focus, I think. And the thing is, I get, like, I kind of get, like, the result that I'm looking for. Two-thirds and 3/2 is essentially the ratio of the distances relative to each other. The one force point on the left is 90 pixels away. The one on the right is onto 30 pixels away. That's 3/2 or 2/3, whichever way you put it. but also due to what happens in 3 dimensions when you get two unequal weight distributions. You can still have a center of mass, but then your inertia can be very different. Well, I mean, I guess it kind of is all based on the center of mass, isn't it? No, it does mean that like a small force applied in the same position radially, like pushing up on something, like a cylinder. On one side, it might be really hard to turn it. On the other side, it might be really, really easy to turn it. Even when you're the same distance from the center of mass on both sides. But at 0.5, I end up with these slopes, values. So like, how can I, without it just being a solution for 2D, how do I look at these results and know that, oh, all I have to do is I have to increase this one by 0.1 and decrease this one by 0.1. And then it's solved. Maybe it is like, one thing that gets to me is how seemingly close these all are to kind of already telling me that 0.1 is what I should do. It's like, how do I know which way to apply that? It's more like I mean, okay. I guess what I know is how much I need to change by. That's the sum. Or I guess it's like the inverse of the sum, right? Right now I'm turning what was I trying to say? G -2, right? Is that? Am I correct in my thinking on that? This means a positive rotation. Oh, no, it's a negative rotation first, right? Okay. Okay. So this means right now I have an overall negative rotation. I need that to be 0. So the direction I should shift in is essentially to it would be to add positive rotation. I want to add more positive rotation. No. I would really like to get this in terms of like there's got to be like some kind of slope thing, right? Like if I were to follow gradient descent. The issue is I don't know what that really looks like. And 2 dimensions is already like a very simple problem to solve in that I don't know, what would that have? Man, the surface is like weird. I would look at I mean, in my case, what have I done? I would look at this value and I'd say, okay, well, I've got a positive and a negative here, and I want to add, so I would increase the I would add some value to the first one and subtract some value from the second one. I've been using vector math, but since this is one dimension, there's not really a vector, it's just a scalar. And in fact, it would be that way on all of them. I would be adding and subtracting a single scalar value from everything, no matter how many dimensions I have. But this is like the result. So for this, for the sum on this axis, maybe that's it. For the sum on this axis, I need to go in the other direction. So I guess I would start by saying, you know, what's half this value? That'd be like 0.1 something. Which is already pretty close. So I say, all right. But then how do I know how to apply this change? How do I know how to apply this change? I know that this should be increasing the positive ones and decreasing the negative ones. But by what amount? If I were divided by the absolute value, this is where it gets me, because if I were to just take g and divide it by, I'll say negative because I know it is going to end up being negative, the sum of g. Wait. It would be this. And then the absolute value there is 2.5. But I know that it's linear too. I do know that it's linear. These are basically the slopes. A 1 unit decrease would lead to this. A 1 unit increase would lead to that. It's just, how do I get from 2/3 to like that change of 0.1? How do I calculate that 0.1 as the solution here? On this axis of rotation. Yeah, I don't have to calculate. I don't think I do. I don't know. Because what happens once I get into 2 dimensions, it does like fundamentally change. I'm locked into 2 different things. An increase of this point's force results in plus X rotation and minus Z rotation of these 2 like equivalent values. So I can't just look at each point and say, all right, let's apply so much force on the X to this one and so much force on the Z to this one. I can't do that. I can only scale one value. I mean, maybe I look at the halfway point between these two. No. I can't do that. That's like a 2-dimensional thing, and the fact that I'm on 1 degree of freedom. Like a very generic solution. What is the halfway point here? It's very nearly 1. Which is really similar to the same value up there. Just divide by 10. So I guess I would say with these also being the slopes, I mean, what is... $1.25. Okay. And then the other one. Is that 5/6? Yeah. So I would get this. And there's the values. So the first point goes up to 0.6, and the second point goes down to 0.4. After I essentially did these changes to their forces and then balanced it out, I got exactly the solution in one run. What happens when I add a second dimension to this? Here's a crazy idea. What if I always make it a comparison between two things? I pick one amount of points. It doesn't matter what it is. And then I compare that to the sum of every other point. And I balance those two. Does that always work? And then once that's balanced, I have that leg's value. And then I go to the remaining legs, I take one out, and I balance that against all the other ones. And then I have its value. And I'll just run through them and do it like that. Does that work? Does that work? Can I just do that? I share them all equally. I pick any, it literally doesn't matter what leg. In fact, I can just go in order every time too. I can just pick the first leg. Balance it against every other leg to minimize rotation. Honestly, not even that, just to 0 rotation. Because technically one leg can do it. Out of 4 legs, if they're all, no matter where they are, pick this one, I can scale this one to balance the other ones no matter what. I think so, right? I mean, I guess it's not guaranteed to be, like... But there's a minimum. There's a minimum that can be found. And then I guess from that point, iteration could probably locate that point easily. Because it is more like a case where one leg is directly under the center of mass, or the line, like the line between a leg and another leg pass over the center of mass. And that technically means, okay, these two legs could just take on all the force. Oh, but I don't want that. Here's the thing, this one of these videos like demonstrated that you can have a situation in which one leg just actually is doing no work. Because to do any work would be to unbalance it. I mean, I guess if that happens, then yeah, it would be like, we'll look at this leg and say, you know, I can't balance this, so that other leg needs to go to 0. Like, the problem in that case would be if one leg is standing directly beneath the center of mass and two of the legs are like over here. It would compare this leg against the sum of both those legs, which would be to just say, oh, this leg should do all the work and the other two legs should do no work. Which, I mean, I guess is that. I mean, that's correct, right? That would be correct. I mean, that works in the tripod case, where I pick any leg and compare it to the other two and balance it against those two. That would work every time, no matter which order I perform the operations in. If I start with the leg that has to do the most work, it'll just compute that. It'll say, yeah, this leg needs to do 2/3 of the work. Or not exactly like that. It would say this leg has to do 0.5 of the work, and the other two do the other 0.5. We say, all right, well, this leg's set to 0.5. Okay, so now we go to the other two. And since there's two left, we just compare them to each other. And it would say, all right, well, in order for us to balance against each other, we have to do 0.5 of the work equally. So let's say, all right, you get 0.5 and you get 0.5 of the remaining half. So it'd be 0.5, 0.25, 0.25. And if it were the case where those two legs were like shifted around a bit or whatever, the result wouldn't change. As long as the center of mass lies in between like a polygon traced by everything. I do just have a realization. If I'm applying that force outside of the body, it does only make sense that if we're stuck to a surface and every leg is pushing up, it's going to rotate like this. Like that's just going to happen. It's going to flip upside down. Even if it's perfectly balanced, it's not going to roll or spin. I mean, in that case, if it was like the triangle on the wall, it would be preventing this like a yaw rotation. It wouldn't do that. It'll still flip over like this. Which I guess that would be handled by the springs. But in order for that to be handled by the springs have to be able to pull. The springs can pull. They can pull. I mean, I guess that makes sense, right? Like, I'm trying to think about, like, what does it feel like to climb a wall? That is essentially what you're doing the whole time. Your feet are pressing into the wall. Your hands are holding onto the wall and keeping you from, like, falling backwards. It's not necessarily just, like, a result of your geometry. It's literally a result of what gravity is doing. In order to keep yourself up there, you have to push up in front of you, which naturally is going to create a torque to rotate your head away from the wall. which means when you're climbing, you're kind of pulling into the wall, you're pulling in and up with your arms, and you're pushing up and out with your legs. Which these do have. This can do the push and pull. In fact, it must have been doing this whole time anyway, because even if I, well, I guess not really, because I'm not quite applying the forces to the legs individually yet at the point of contact. I mean, is this what it would be? It would just be this? That I do here. I took the gradient over the forces that I applied. I got this value. Then I found the midpoint. This is the midpoint. This works in any dimension, any number of dimensions. Find the midpoint. Here's the midpoint. I take the midpoint over each of these force values, and I get these results. 1.25 and 0.625. Those become my new force values. But then I have to normalize that. So essentially I would have I find the absolute midpoint. Could I not just do not the absolute, but just, I mean, that's just the sum. Right. Sum of G. So what I did was I took this value over the other value. So I take G over the sum of G. What is G? Right. Well, actually, it would be more like the negative sum of G. Is that right? Let me follow this again. I found the midpoint. But I was trying to see if I could do the same thing with this value, just taking the sum. Also, why is that A? What's the sum of A? Yeah. I want to move it. How do I do the balancing? If I wanted to move the midpoint, I find the sum. So I have A is G over F, right? Let me try this again. F, G. There. And then I have T. Right? I should do that. So what I can say this means is if I want to move towards 0, I would essentially what was the balance point? What was it when the forces were balanced? Four nine. Right? Okay. So that's what they would look like when they're balanced. So I could say, all right, I want to increase the force of the left one and decrease, or I guess just move. It's like I want to move their midpoint to 0, right? I want to move 0.2 to 0, which means I would subtract this value from both. So if I did, can I write that? I can. Okay, but I would do like half of it, right? Because I just flipped them. No. But I would do half of it, right? Yeah. All right. So I've pretended that I balanced it, right? So now what I would do is I would do what is G over 0.8 and 1.2. Do I have the right things right now? I might not have the right stuff. Let me go back to even and just start over. That is G. That is literally G. Oh, no, no, no. I would do this over... Gosh. I'll do this over the original. There's those values. Okay. So I've pretended to balance it. And then I divide. Dividing by that tells me what am I multiplying each current force by. So I would say force times... And then I get this. But now this doesn't add up to 1. So I have to fix that. I'll write this again. I think I just divided by the sum, right? So in a single step, using only F and G, I've produced a new F. Which is to take... Which is to do what? I take G. There's T, which is the sum of G. Right? So I've got forces. I'll do this. I mean, I can do this, right? It's like the idea here. I save my grads. So the process was, I take the sum of this. Uh, what? Yeah, I've got the sum. So then I do my new forces is going to be force times the gradients minus half of the sum over the gradients. And then I fix that so it's divided by the sum. Which I think there might be a way to fix that early. We can calculate this. What is 6 or 0.6 over 0.5? And then, okay, so this one was suspiciously close. It's just flipped around. Um, Division is the same thing as multiplying by the inverse. Was this one? X times Z divided by Y. I mean, yeah, yeah, that would just, okay. I feel like there's something I can do here with G to make it so that this... I mean, maybe I can't. Maybe I just have to, from there, fix it. But okay. But I do kind of need like a matrix thing, like a generic matrix stuff here. Because I'm multiplying arbitrary length arrays by a scalar, and I'm subtracting arbitrary length arrays by a scalar. So I kind of need more. I need like the kind of thing that NumPy is giving me here. Okay, we'll have the total. I have to take G. I guess I have to compute this. Duplicate. No, I don't like it. Do that. Okay. I have that. And then I do f times that divided by the original value. So I guess I could say new grads is equal to over the original value. And then I mean, I wonder if I could. I wonder if this could be fixed. This like 0.5 here could be fixed by using these normalized values. So it'd be like a minus t. T being that, a being that. And then I would do this. I would do I get the same values. Okay, let me do that. So instead of doing this total half, I would do resize to count. I can cut that. And then I could just say new grads would be equal to grad over the force. mean, yeah, I guess I just do this. Doing that division essentially translates it up to the true slope, right? And then new force would be, this would be force times that, and then fix it. If I'm going through grads, I think I can fix it here, right? Actually, no, I don't know if I can fix it there. Because I do a multiply and then a divide. I'm not sure if I can cut a loop out of this or not. Okay. I gotta take the dog out. I'll be right back. I'm back. Can I take off a loop? I feel like I can. I really, really think I can. What? Do you think I just skip the whole that whole bit where I do that and I just do this? Wait a second. G. Adding them together. Gets a midpoint that is this far away. But just subtracting this straight up inverts it. Which I feel like is weird to me because in my mind, it's like at these 2 points they add together, they're down here. So I would shift it up by that same number, right? No, because it is like the midpoint. Okay. New grads is not that. I do in fact, this is just like straight up new forces. This literally is just new forces. right? Honestly, I'll just go to 64 because 64 means I get more precision, which I should then hopefully see basically the exactly correct numbers. Yeah, exactly the correct numbers. So then I use that as my forces. And since I have my new forces, then I can do all this right here. In fact, I don't even do that. I can just do state apply force. So I pre-calculate what would happen. And this is just going to be impulse. And now in theory, what I can do is I can drag these points around and they're going to stay balanced forever. Jeez. And then what I think I do is I will do this. I will add a new shape. Because this should also like technically move the center of mass or something. So if I were to go, why does it do this? It's like weirdly locked in on editing that one and nothing else. I can't then click on something else to move it. Whatever. I mean, I guess I may as well print it one time, right? Oh, we've gone over one now, actually. Which is fine. In fact, I'm kind of happy that that is the case. Yeah, this one has to apply insane force now to keep it balanced. Way over here. Almost no force, right? Less than the other one. No matter where I put the points. And I just want to see that this is a different value. So this was 0.83125. Okay, so I didn't change it by shifting it up and down. Which I guess is probably like, maybe that's to be expected. I don't know. Like, why can I just... Alright, but did it shift this? It did just shift to the center of mass when I did that, so... And I'm assuming like the further down I pull this, the more it's gonna... That's, I swear I clicked the arrow. I'm gonna freak out. Let me click the arrow. Let me click the arrow. Let me click the arrow. Okay, cool. 106.94. Weird. I'm surprised at going. I mean, I guess I'm moving it in the direction of gravity doesn't do anything, I suppose. All right, what if I did. Right, what if I did this? What if I rotate you? What do you think now? 1, 2, 4, 8, 4. One, 9, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So I have it literally calculating the perfect solution in 1 dimension of freedom, 1 degree of freedom. And the good thing, let me review it. I do take the total, which is just the same thing. The total would just be a vector 3. Okay. Okay. If I add a third force point, it should still balance. Okay, it topples. Interesting. Okay. So I believe what I said was I balance it in groups of 2. So I take any point and I balance it against the combined of the other 2. And then I peg that value. That one's set. And then I go to the other 2. Also have a negative value here. That's not right. I shouldn't be ending up with negative values. I guess that's where like an iterative approach comes in, right? Okay. Okay. Our pact. Okay. I'm being blinded a little bit. Jeez. So I'll just take in something, and then I return something. What's more like I have an array. All right, I think maybe what I want to do is I might just make some generic type here where I can keep like an individual. Well, I can't really do that, can I? Because I can't, I don't think GDScript has any iterator access. Yeah, definitely not. I mean, I guess it is like a packed vector2 array, right? That's what I'm really doing. So they're packed float32 array, packed vector2 array, packed vector3 array. So I guess I'll just do that. But it's more like this one. Let me start over here. I have a list of all my changes. And I balance one against the other two. Any one, it doesn't matter. I just balance one against the other two. Then I say, all right, we've found your value. Then I go to the other two. And I say, all right, balance you against. Balance one of you against the other. And then I find that one's value. And I multiply that out by the group's total share. Right? So I can write them all down. The total here, I guess it's just the total. But then when I get to new force, I'm balancing this one, that one over its original self. And then I balance, well, hang on. Um, Let me think about this. Okay. I'm pretty sure it would be this. Yeah, okay, that's perfectly balanced. If I were to, I guess, go to half, I would see it still maintain balance, but just fall. Yep. And then here's a test. If this was 0.3 and this was 0.1. Yeah, I mean, that's actually still balanced, right? But of course you would want these to balance with each other. Okay. So right. Just to test that. So what did I see instead? This one got 2 and this one got... Yeah, I mean, it's obviously wrong. So where does it go wrong then? Alright, so this grads. That's cool. I feel like I can already kind of see that this should probably be doubled and these should be halved. Relative to each other. Okay, so I get that over the total. What would that be over the total? 55125. Right. So what if I did G over F? Okay. So what if I did Interesting. Right, interesting. So my process, though, did not do that. I went back to the half total, which I think was probably what I just should have done. Right. Okay. So if I do G minus... I get very different values. So what if I did T times a third? Now I get the right value. Okay. So I guess the question is, am I supposed to be multiplying T by 1 over the number of points I have? Or should I be normalizing G? I feel like normalizing G just makes sense. Which that's what this is doing. It's taking its true slopes and pulling them out. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Okay. So I'll do that. And I can use those as the force too. If I add the same value to everything, isn't the total just the same? No, I think because of a different thing that's happened here. Because I've divided by A, I mean, I could run up the absolute total. No. I don't know. Maybe it's possible to get rid of a loop there, but I can't. Too dumb. New grad minus total over new grad. That's the new force. And then I'm... Right, okay. I get that. New forces. Resize. So the first force should be 0.6. And the next two will be 0.2. Okay. Um... Balanced. Now... Balanced. Then if I rotate the whole thing... Balanced. Balanced. Now if I were to make it somehow... It looks like none of these are actually going to be collinear. I'll do like that. Yeah, they're all pretty close to even there. I have a negative 0.1 in here. Right. Okay, interesting. So how does this become negative? It is, it's slightly negative now. How is that negative? I mean, technically that's fine though, right? Can't that be okay? What's the I'm trying to think, is this like the climbing a wall case? Because technically what this means is this point's pushing up, this point's pushing up, and this one is pulling down. Right? So what does that mean? It means it's basically just letting gravity happen. It's not really even like trying to resist gravity. And in fact, it's pulling it into the ground. But why? Why should that pull down? You know, it pulls down like... Oh wait, it's like rotating slightly. It's not stable. I want to see what happens. I'm assuming at some point these values are going to start changing like crazy. Or they're never ever going to change. It is changing by like practically the error amount. Weird. Why does that happen though? This one pulls down really hard now. Where does it reach a max? Oh, something crazy's happened now. This one is pushing up almost entirely, and these are both pushing down. Pulling down. Is it because I've lined one of them up with the gravity vector really closely? With the center of mass very closely? Does something explode if I do that? I mean, part of the thing is that if something hits 0, if something wants to be 0, I let it be 0. Or wants to be less than 0, then I just let it be 0. So this is like the new force. So I guess what I can do is I can say... I guess I can say max. Let that run. So what happens here? I mean, I guess the idea is that it's unbalanced right there. You see it like flips direction when it becomes unbalanced. It doesn't have any way to stop itself from rotating. It just, like, when it gets to like this unbalanced point, then it flips pretty hard. My thinking is if I do that and I run it as like an iterative process. Okay, let me try to write it all out. I have the gradients. I have the forces. I will do iterations. I guess I'll do 5. I compute new forces. Yeah, or forces I. And then I'll just do this. And there's the final result of forces. It seems like no. I guess I'm also technically not allowing them to go over 1. Maybe that's it. I don't know. It didn't solve it. Like, this should be solvable. There's no way that, like, you know, take a board, stick pins into it, measure the weight at each point. There's no way that any of these would read a negative value. I don't know, the way I see it, these two are pushing up a little bit. This one's pushing up. This one's probably taking in most of the weight, right? And then this one is pushing to kind of counteract the rotation this one's applied. But these two could share, right? Like, these two could just straight up share the weight. I mean, if I position it like this, it's going to be fine. Right? So there are stable configurations. I think what might be happening is that because a value can't go over 1, it can't go under 1 is the issue. The rescale prevents them from going over 1. I was going to say, I don't really see a reason why none of them can go over 1. The rescale does stop it from going over 1. Though maybe what I do here is I actually run this. This allows a value to go over... This allows a final result of a value to go over 1. But I clamp it here. I take a max at this point. So I stop it from going under... I stop it from going negative, but a value can go over 1. And that's allowed. So I'm going to bring it to a configuration where it tries to go negative. Weird. Okay, so in this case, it just calculated to do nothing. Interesting. Why? How do you calculate to do nothing? Forces, new forces. 1, negative 13. Right. Okay. I have negative 13 divided by negative 11. Which is a value over the 1. How does that make sense? How does that end up doing that? Second one becomes 1.28. Becomes 0. Sorry. All right, so what happens here then? So I get that, so I get 1.208. And then I calculate it. So here's the new one. So now this one applies 0.09. Maybe this is where I'm supposed to keep that original slope, is the issue. Basically, we've done the math and I've said, only do the bottom one. Right? I'm trying to like... Okay, it's just broken. It's just all dark now. So it basically calculates to only do the bottom one. I sum up the total. Oh, it's back. So if I step through... Okay. So currently Forces says this one, 1.208. Is what this one says. But then we found, okay, well that one's going to apply a small amount of rotation. So we still want to balance that. So how does it become 0 then? I guess because it kind of like, I think this is like called one of those degenerate cases where a single point exists, and when you rescale for that point, you basically say, okay, don't do that one at all, which doesn't really work. So why does that happen? Because the first one's going to be nothing. Second one, new grad. It says 0.08. I guess that's the slope of it. But then because of the total, this one's going to become negative. Yeah. So it says, all right, let's go backwards on that rotation by this amount, which is actually a lot. Okay, so it would have been fine for it to become 1. Maybe what I meant to do then is to say, all right, let me follow this through the first time. So even equal forces. This is what I'm dealing with. So what does it say? This is the... I mean, maybe it is just meant to be not forces over that, but multiply by the count. No, I feel like this is like the normalization of it, right? This is the actual normalization of it. I get a slope out of it. So I say we applied 0.3 and we got this value. So if we divide by 0.3, the force that we got, then we get, it's like full slope. So this one then comes out to 1.55. Right. Okay. Okay, now I'm seeing where it goes insane. So I did this over the force. Nothing is bad right now. But this step is where it gets really bad. Okay. Yeah, how do I make this step correct? Because I think what should happen here the idea here is that the force of this one decreases. Kind of not at all. But I'm taking 0.008 and I'm subtracting 0.11, which makes it very, very negative. And I do that over the value, and then it becomes like negative 13. Right. Like I said, this should be balanced. This should be able to balance. I think the mistake here is that I do the shift is too large here. This might all like, I mean, it definitely does because I was testing it and it was, but I was saying like really negative values. And I was like, oh, well, I can't have negative values. So the math works out to produce a result that gives you, in a single run, the precise force, a set of force numbers that keep it floating and keep it from rotating. However, it can result in negative forces. But, you know, looking at this image, a negative force isn't required here, right? Like these two, the top one and the bottom left one, basically would be scaled to cancel each other out. And this bottom one could pick up a lot of weight as well. All right, they could all roughly share weight. They just need to then balance themselves so they don't cause any rotation. So this part must be incorrect because I'm subtracting a very large value and I'm making something negative, which is not good to do. I can't do that. So what would the alternative have been? The alternative would have been to take 0.002 and subtract a third of total, which would still be too much. It would still make it negative. So I think basically I need to make a smaller change. I need to make a change that is relative to each one's ability for change to even happen. I can't flip a sign. So maybe what I say is I subtract the total times this gradient's relative share. So if it has a large absolute value, I can subtract a big value. If it has a small absolute value, I have to subtract a small value. Okay. And then here's the question. Can I then rewrite this? Or make it happen. That's really annoying. Okay. So I'm like hitting my wrist on this cable now. All right. So I got this overall rotation. Which to me, I look at this and I just say, all right, well, let's take a lot out of this one. Take a very small amount out of this one. And then give a little bit to this one. Or give the remainder to this one, right? That's kind of like what I would say here. So let's see if I can follow that. I guess I can do this. This should be G over F there. So I have like a slope. So yeah, maybe the idea is I just look at I guess I would do like no. Wait, yeah. A0 over T. Wow, I can count. A1 over T. So I mean, CA0 plus A2 is 0.3. So if in theory I would have balanced this one against A1, I wouldn't be able to balance that. I would say not possible. Maybe what I do is I only balance the ones that have a 1 on them. The absolute value is greater than 1. If it's less than 1, then I can't. I mean, or maybe I could also just do the total times that value and subtract that. So it'd basically do nothing to that one. But I would take 0.5 away from that one. I would add 0.2 to the other one. So I could do that. It could be a minus a times t over a. What? I don't know. Here's one idea. If I ever see this, I could just say like, if I ever get a negative value, because these are still technically like good to use, but if I see a negative value, maybe all I do is I set it to the highest value of the rest of them. Then I calculate the normalization again. Then I normalize it. Or I could just use the original force value, the unchanged value. So I could say like, or I would just say 1, I guess. And then I end up with these values. And now maybe this is a better starting point. So now if I say f is going to be equal to that of nf over the sum of nf. Now I could recalculate the g's. Let me just try that. In this, I would say, well, no, I wouldn't do a clamp there. I would say if new grad, it's less than or equal to 0, then just set it to 1. Right. And now we'll see what happens. Over there. Right, so I've got this. Grab the total. First one will be fine. New forces 1.552. Now this one is where a problem happens. The new grad is just this crazy negative value. So I say, all right, well, make it 1. And then use 1. And we'll go from there. And that one's fine. Right. Rescale them, and I'm back up here. So this is what I saw before, right? So now I wonder what happens. Compute each one of these. I guess I could just hit continue with a breakpoint again. Outputs. Now this is what I see. So what was it before? It would be up here. Negative 0.6. I mean, I guess I'll just see what the sum is in a second. But hopefully it's less. It's less. 0.033 now. It was 0.11. That was 0.033. No, I think this one's still going to end up being negative. It's less negative now. Less negative now. But then we still set it to 1. So we're just not changing it. Well, maybe I should just leave it at the force it already had. I don't know, because current forces, it went down. So, I mean, I guess that is the effect, right? I did want it to go down slightly, and it did go down slightly. So sure, right? All right, so now we got this. It rescales. Now what's our forces? It's gone up. Maybe setting it to 1 is not a good idea. So our previous total was 0.033. Now what is it? Yeah. So it's not really ever going to be able to equalize because this value is always going to stay higher than this value. It is, I mean, I don't know. Because it really is kind of the case that maybe what I do is if I get a negative value, because after the first iteration, it got a little bit better, right? It was slightly better, but it still wasn't perfect. And I think the issue is that the solution to the problem is for one of them to have more than half. Specifically, this one in the middle should actually be going up. Maybe it is getting better. I don't know. Because the value went down before and now it went up a little bit. I'll show it again. This yellow one is the one that started as a negative in the first run. I mean, maybe what I do is if I see a negative, I absolute value it. So now that one becomes positive 13. And then it normalizes to have like a really, really high value compared to the rest of them. And then it will run a second time, and it's probably in a better place already. But then in that case, maybe the other ones become... So the previous is that. I mean, I guess we're going to see what it comes out to be. Is this one still negative? It's negative 10. It's worse than the last run. But it will just be set to 1 again. And this one's 0.83. So current force is 376, 322, 302. Okay. It's getting closer. It is getting closer. Maybe this will get there after enough iterations, but I think I might be onto something about making it the absolute value instead. Or maybe not. Because I think I know what the real solution should be. The real solution should be this one needs to be higher than 0.3. This one needs to be like a much larger value than what it's getting at. So it was like 0.11, and then it went to like 0.033, and then it went to 0.08. It's getting there. It is kind of getting there. Which means this time it will increase again. And I think at the point that it goes over a third is when it will kind of like finally be corrected. I mean, at least that's my thought. I don't know, maybe I make it 2. Or maybe I just make it the largest value in the set. Or like I said, I keep the same value, or I keep the absolute value, but just use the absolute value. I'm gonna try that. I'll see how it runs after like the single iteration. Let me move the breakpoint down here. So we end up hitting the absolute value. I mean, yeah, that's probably close to what I think it probably should have been, right? Now, I think the difference here is that this one probably balances right away, but I think it technically can push some of that force out to the other ones. I think it technically could. I feel like 13 was a crazy value to have, but this doesn't look too insane to me at the moment. I'll just calculate it all out. Total is 0.013, so there's a very small rotation, which is good. I would have hoped there would still be some small rotation, because then maybe now it can get a lot better result out of it. And the total is a smaller absolute value than all of them. Okay, not actually all of them. Those Olens, in fact, are going to get even smaller. Right, okay. So I guess this is where that breaks down. One iteration maybe was fine, but in the next iteration it's going to be really bad. Yeah, this one will stake more. And this one is actually going to... Oh, negative 0.7. Okay. So it'll absolute value that. I mean, I guess that's not really that bad. Okay. But now I think it has... Yeah. Like I said, I'm pretty sure the solution is that the bottom one is probably more than half, and the other two are less than a third. Or less than a... Yeah, less than a third combined. But that's not at all what they are now. Yeah. Okay. So why does that happen? I mean, I would say maybe it is that I just need to... Oh wait, something interesting is about to happen here. Two of these are going to become negative and flip. And this one's going to be really low. Wait, why did that first one not flip? No, that actually does make sense. Yeah, that actually does make sense. Yeah, I didn't really. Do anything. I mean, I guess it's still going to scale fine. But it's still pretty bad. I do have a very small total now. Is it going down? Is it actually getting better? No, it's just like flipping back and forth. So that didn't help. It is just flipping back and forth. I'll just make it 2. Because I mean, maybe it is sort of the problem that if it's too much, if it takes off too much, setting it to anything is kind of wrong. I can probably just hit like continue, I think. I mean, this is better. I mean, but this is like good enough? I don't think so, because it's still gonna say like, oh, we have too much. Because yeah, all it's really gonna say is like, one solution to this is to make that bottom middle one, to make the orange one do nothing, and then just balance these two. That is one solution. That's kind of what the negative says. It says, yeah, ideally this one should do nothing. In fact, it should do the opposite of nothing, and then these two. If I were to clamp to 0 at that point, and then scale it and run the second time, then it'll be like, okay, well, let's balance just these two now. And then it would do that. It'd be able to do that. But that's not what it should do. I guess then it's like, then I have to make the total do less, right? The total has to do less. I could say the total should just ignore that one. And maybe that is the secret. Just ignore that one and leave it doing what it's currently doing. And then just mess with the other two. Right, the total's a lot smaller now. I'll say that. If anytime we get a negative value, I would like to somehow mark it as to like not change it, I guess. If it was a third this time, it should stay a third now. But how can I make sure that it becomes a third after doing something like this? I mean, maybe one way to do it is to say if it's less than 0, Maybe I'll just use I could say this. And then I can do this. And then I can say oh, no, no, no. Actually, I do that. Oh wait, no, no, no. It's still. No, yeah, I was right. I got confused because of all the negatives. Keep the current force. What the? And then if I read in a negative value, I use that as the positive value. Otherwise, I take that and I rescale it. But it needs to be that the rescale has to then account for this to exist. How do I account for it existing? Because let's say I keep a third, and I say, all right, out of the leftover. I mean, that doesn't even work, actually. No, that still doesn't work. That still just doesn't work. I feel like somehow the total needs to be limited to the smallest value. Well, no. Because it does kind of increase here. Maybe I'm supposed to do both. I normalize it and then shift it by the number that I have. So what if I did t bar by 3? And then I say, so what is t now? And then what is a1? Okay, it's still larger. So it's still a problem. I mean, maybe what I do then is I take the total. I mean, I tried a minus a times t. Wait a second, I actually didn't try that correctly. I didn't try that correctly. So now it can't. Now it can't become negative. I see what my mistake was. Because the other one was allowing me to subtract whole vectors, it was doing that. And it was just doing nothing. The dog may not notice. He has not noticed. There's another dog walking by. Okay, so new grad. And this is the new force, or something like it. 0.89. Cool. Now this is the one that had the problem. So new grad is 0.08. So I do that. 0.08 minus. Maybe I could do like minus 0.08 over the total instead of doing times the total. And clamp it to total. Or I would say I don't know. This one's still positive now. Alright, well now I'm seeing the problem. So it is actually just okay. It is just running the same number out every time. Okay, so I'm gonna do total. No, because then this becomes 0. All right, what do I think is like really close to a correct value? Let me just try something. I think this is really close to the correct value. Somewhere. It's somewhere near there. I just want to see if close to the correct value is still going to be enough for it to figure it out. Okay, so I've got total now. Okay. So total is still very large relative to these. Relative to this positive one. I mean, like, what if something is there that's not doing any rotation? It's not adding any rotation. Or it's adding less rotation than... The rotation it's adding is less than the total. I guess in that case, if the rotation it adds is less than the total, then it becomes like a non-factor. You don't even consider it anymore. Yeah, this is what I do. I say if the force being added by this one is, or I guess I do this the absolute force, right? I say if this is less than the total, then we don't do anything. And you know what? Maybe it is the case where I really should do this instead. I don't do that. I just do grad. I'll do this. Like, this is the same result in the first iteration in pretty much all normal cases except for this one. This should give a different result now. Alright, so this is still larger than that one. So it'll still come out to be that the other one's going to flip. Which sucks. It flips. But I feel like if I were to always balance something against the other two, then it'll come out well. And if I find two that I can't balance together, then I guess I just don't do anything, right? Or maybe I scale it so that the one with the smallest rotation, the smallest added rotation gets the most amount of weight, and the other one gets less if I can't balance them. But what does that even mean if I can't balance them? In one dimension it's fine because that just means the result would do nothing. I would decrease both of their and then do nothing with it. Right. So I had too much rotation, which to me means I had positive rotation, which means this number needs to go down and this number needs to go up a little bit. So I'll just try to make it a little more balanced. Okay, that got worse. Huh? Oh, I needed to increase that one. Weird. Okay, whatever. Other way around. Did they get better? I don't even know. This is what they are, which means that one needs to... This one still needs to increase. I mean, really is what I'm getting out of this. This one still needs to be increased. Yep. So now it's this very tiny opposite rotation. Okay. So go 2, 9 and 1, 1. It's a very small positive rotation. So I go slightly higher on this and slightly lower on this. I'll find the spot where it total is very close to 0. Very small negative rotation. So I mean, I don't know. Do that. And it's all crashed. Okay. Cool, Godot, thanks. If the window for some reason just fails to open for whatever reason, it kills my computer for a few seconds. Total still very close to 0. There's a very tiny value. Right. So now, I mean, if I think about it as like some kind of gradient descent, it is kind of like, I mean, then I'd be following the wrong slope, right? I would just be following the wrong slope. So my slope following here is not correct, right? I mean, I knew it was wrong. I think it just means that there is a better way to go. Because it is kind of like I get there and then it's like I'm sitting on a hill, down this way, a small change this way gets me to be stable. And then I have a very shallow slope that goes to a very low drop as well, right? So kind of like, which one of those do I want to go to? Could think of it like that. Yeah, but it seems like you have to get really close to it before it even catches it. And at this point, it is this should work to basically do nothing. Because I've already got it really close. Almost increase that one a little bit. Cool. Then it wants to leave that one where it is. Wait, what just happened? I give it the right value and it says that's cool. Same force everywhere. Really? So this one's just totally busted up then. Or maybe I need to go back to that other method. Where I do this. Jeez. Alright, so my total is still like approximately 0, right? So what do you think? Leave it where it's at. Oh. Wait, weird. Super weird. It's basically looking at this and saying, leave it. Don't change it. That's what it's saying. So am I meant to do... I am meant to do force times new grad. That's what I had before. But then I said, oh, I don't have to do that. But I did have to do that. I was supposed to do that. Let me try this. I think this was what it was before. Okay. And I guess I can still then interpret a negative value as being a positive value and saying, yeah, do more of this one, right? Or just leave it the same. I mean, yeah, I think that's probably what I say, right? If, I don't know, maybe it is also, maybe that does mean like increase it. Maybe the interpretation of this is that if it's negative value, that means a decrease by that percentage. If it's a positive value, it's an increase by that percentage. Okay, so what about let me do this. Yeah, I can just skip that one by having count be, by setting count to be 2. And then we'll just kind of skip that. Let me just see if that still works then. This one's at 90. 135. All right, cool. Increase by that value. I don't know, this is weird because this one is actually the right answer in this case. This would be the right answer. But if I did F times... I get that. And then if I fix this... Man, I can also just do times ng. I mean, maybe that's more correct. Then I get these values. And then if I fix that, then I get the right values. So I could do force times new grads and then fix that. That could be the right answer when it's right. Okay, so what about here? What could I do in this case? I mean, I guess maybe that's still what I do. Maybe I just say invert it. And then I would do this is equal to f times that. And then if I were to fix this, I get this. Which I happen to know that I think I tried that. I think this result came out before and it was wrong. Because, I mean, or maybe not. I mean, maybe I can just see. If I get it, if it comes out negative, invert it. But I still think it's like this is an increase or a decrease by some percentage. I need to treat it like that. Because I think this is still a good value. These are still like kind of usable. I mean, I guess at this point, if I were to do I'll set it back. I end up with this. Which if I were to interpret it as saying, to decrease the first one by 13%. Increase the middle one by 120%. Decrease the right one, the last one, by 7%. And then normalize that. I mean, because I know what the right value should be. Yeah, I still have them written down. So these are like pretty much spot on the right value. Or a potential value. I think as long as the ratio between this one and this one stay the same, this middle one can be whatever. Those left and right ones have to balance each other. Or it's more like this left one has to balance these two, and these two balance that one. But this one can take a lot more of the force because it's doing less rotation, which would be an ideal. Okay. So yeah, let me try saying new force is force minus or force plus force times ng. What? Oh. Yeah. You know what? Those numbers actually look great. Okay, not quite great. This one should definitely be a lot smaller. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know what should have happened there then. I mean, it actually is wrong because then typically none of these would be negative. One sec. Well, thanks for following. SatRex775. Okay, so it still would be wrong because I mean, I could do 1 minus the absolute value. So positive values stay positive and negative values... Wait. 1 minus... Wait, what? No, that's still wrong. The value... If it's negative, I do 1 minus. I don't know, there's something here. I am seeing now how there's like a... The solution can be found quickly, but in other certain states where one of the nodes is like underneath it, then also I move things around too much. Can I bring that back? I don't know. It was like here. And this was more like over here. Yeah, kind of like that. What does it mean? This might just still be wrong. Doing this. Maybe the normalized just doesn't make sense. The balancing two ways. One node against the rest is probably still fine. Because in that case, it's either it can balance with them or it can't balance with them. It wouldn't be able to if the sign, whatever it is. I think if the solution is just to decrease its force, then it's wrong. Because what that means is then, okay, well, if I have to decrease my force, then the other side would want to increase its force. So I think instead the correct answer then is to go flip it around, pick a point on that side, and balance it against the rest. I mean, the ideal solution would be such that this value is relatively close to the like as close as possible to these values. You know, maybe this is just a special case if I get a negative. And maybe what happens here is I run this kind of solution on it instead. And then I feed it back. But it is also the case where if the solution is already right, then my output was just to make everything equal, which is definitely wrong. Because it was like I was getting ones. I said, all right, so what does the 1 mean? Well, what did this mean? This means, right, this means what do I want to do to it, right? That is what it meant. It meant I want to increase the value by this factor. I want to essentially, not really increase, but multiply it by this factor, multiply it by this factor, multiply it by this factor. So am I still on? That's what the result would have been. So this one would have gone up, this one would have gone down. And this one became negative. Yeah, I guess the question is like, what does the negative mean then? What does negative mean in this case? The negative is a result of taking an already really small, of taking a rotation smaller than the total. Which maybe that's it. If at any point I would say, I mean, I don't know, maybe that is it. Maybe I just look at anything opposite the sign of the total. I do that. And I don't touch anything else. So what would that mean? What is jeez. This is getting like the normalized, like how much does it affect it, right? And maybe I say, if this value is greater than this value, then I can do it. Or no. Because I think there's a special case here where if 1 is negative, I can subtract that, no problem, because I'm just making this one stronger, which is fine. But if something is, maybe this is it. Maybe what I say is I can't cross the average can't cross the average. If it's the same sign, I can't cross the average, right? If they're opposite signs and I'm increasing it, that's fine, do that. If they're the same sign and I'm decreasing, I am not allowed to drop it. Well, I guess first of all, I can still do that first check. What did I say the ideal solution was? The ideal solution is one where there's no torque and they are all as close to the same value as possible. I want them all to be the same, to be nearly the same value. How can I make that happen in these ambiguous cases where I mean, what about this case? What was this case? If I have... How far back do I have to go? Oh, it's right here. If I have this case, what's the average? The average is like... the average power is like... Oh, well, here it is. Here's the average, right? 0.5. How would that work there? How would I say in this case... I mean, I guess it's if I ever get a negative value, then I know it's bad, right? Oh, well... This is the sign of the average, which means I want to increase this one, and I want to decrease this one. Which here I think I figured that if I just did this, if I said this was force times ng, and then I fix that, then I get the right value. But it was the case where I'm decreasing a value. I mean, I guess in this case I check the average, right? The average of a set of numbers that sums up to 1 is going to be 0.5. It has to be. But I don't end up with a negative here at any point. I never got a negative value. So this was fine. But here I got a negative value. So what did that mean? I guess what it meant is that these two balance at this ratio. This one will balance against these two with this ratio. This one balances against these two in that ratio. I mean, I guess if I see the negative and I say discard it, run it without that one. Wait a second, maybe it's more like after the subtraction. Maybe it's like I have the negative, I multiply it by its original value. Do I still have NG looking like that? And A? No, it's yeah. End up with this value. So maybe it's, I don't know. I mean, this can be balanced with it. Like this could have any, it's such a small value, it could really have like pretty much anything. In fact, it could take on like, this one could drop to 0, and it could just be this one balancing against that one. And this would have almost nothing on it. And this would have a very large value. So maybe, I mean, I think that is like, not necessarily, I mean, not necessarily a sign of the negative being present. Doesn't really mean that. But I think there is a meaning in that if I think it's more of a meaning in something decreasing. If something wants to decrease its force, it should kind of only be doing it if nothing else can do it, right? Or maybe it's like it should share that decrease with everything else that should be decreasing. Because really the one in the middle, I could leave these two as whatever I want, and I could fix those values and just balance for that one. I guess that's what I say, right? But I also said the ideal would be to find the solution where all values are as close together as possible. How do you locate that? What if I do this one again? Okay. So this is more like a change that I want to apply to make it work. None of these are negative, so what I could say is that, and then if I fix for this, I believe I get the right value. Okay, I didn't get the right value. But this is already really, really close. It's actually so close. Oh, no, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to do, NF is going to be F. Is it? I can't do plus I mean, I guess I could do this. I could do f plus f times 1 minus ng. The correct solution is what? It should be 0.6 and 0.4. I've gotten the other way around. Oh wait, should it be ng minus 1? Yeah, that gives better values. So anything that's over 1 stays positive, anything that's under 1 becomes a negative. Right, and this is super... Yeah, okay. So this is basically that same value up here. Really close. So then I think this is maybe where the iteration would work then, right? So if I go back up to these. Those are the values I expected to see. And then I would say, just running through the same process. NF would be force plus force times 1 whoops. So this is what I got. So value of 0 would do what? 1 minus 0 force. Okay, so that's, yeah, I mean, that's actually not really correct. Oh, wait, no, it's supposed to be ng minus 1. So it'd be plus 0.5 minus point something, and that'll be negative 13 minus 1 would be negative 14. So now NF has this value instead. And then I still have this negative in there, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, I don't know. What if I were to just keep iterating like that? Be I don't think this works, but okay. So now I got something here, which just looks ridiculous, but it did go away. So now what is NF over? It's definitely, yeah, really bad, I think. Yeah. Okay, what if I were to do... Bring that one back. What if I were to do in F like that. Okay, it's not as bad, but that's still bad. What if I did NF plus F? Looks like it's just going to keep getting worse, really. I mean, I don't know. The thing is, this one isn't so bad. This first run isn't so bad. It did turn a value like 13 into 4. But I still think this is probably just not right. I mean, in fact, it just really did nothing, but add an extra step in the middle. Dang. I wonder if in a way this is kind of like... I don't know why, but I just had like the visualization of a triangle. And this middle point is like this midpoint on top of the triangle. And it can... these two other points are kind of fixed. They should have like a general ratio to each other. But then that point in the middle can just always... has like a huge range it can go through. It could be negative 13, or it could be, you know, something a lot higher than that. I don't know. What if I do just force it to be positive? And then I continue from here. I mean, then I end up with this, I guess. I mean, maybe it's not the worst solution, but then what happens is I run it again, and I think... I don't know, maybe doing this plus stuff makes it converge then. Maybe that's the actual secret to it. And then it becomes an iterative process. All right, I've got it clear. Okay. Right. If I see any negatives, I flip them. Then I do new force is force plus force times ng minus 1. And then I would fix that. Name a new force since that's really what's going on here. And then the test that I wanted to do was what happens if I say, yeah, if I do this fix, I go to 2 points, and I reset this, and I make sure, I guess this one. Because it, like I said, it's the case that if I pass in the right value, it was the case that if I pass in the correct value, it doesn't, it resets itself. It breaks. So I believe this is the correct value. So ideally, it should read this and say, oh, we're not going to change it at all. So it won't do anything, and then it's done. So yeah, total precisely 0. But we're going to pretend like we want to do something anyway. It'll go through. It says new force should be 1. 1. It's not less than 0. And the new force just becomes 0.6. The current force is 0.6, so new forces should just stay at 0.6. Yep. It doesn't change at all. And then just nothing should change again, right? These perfectly cancel out. It's done, right? Okay, cool. So now I want to see what happens if it's not correct, because I know that this won't give the right answer immediately. Okay. So new force 1.25. We do this shift. I think actually in this case it will come out to be the right value perfectly. Or no, it won't. It's like really close, but also not. I don't think it is. I don't think it gets the right value immediately. No, interesting. So this one actually got the right value immediately. So that didn't change. That's weird. I thought that would have changed stuff. It did not change anything. Seriously? So forces is now, and then it's done. Total is 0. And then it's done. Okay. All right. So now what does this do? Now I have to make sure that this point is actually sitting somewhere over here. So it's still like very close, but it's not actually in line with it. But it's really, really close. And then this will, I'll just bring this up. Well, no, I'll leave it out. Okay. Alright, so now what does this do? Okay. I made the wrong one. Okay, so we got total 0.256. It's kind of crazy. Well, it's a lot, I mean, whatever. It's just a lot higher than it was before. But it's still larger than this one in the middle, which means this one will become negative. In fact, this one almost drops to 0. Okay. So the first one, new force, it wants to double. Okay. So it basically doubles. Well, not exactly. Wait, I'm not really sure. No, it said 3. I don't know. Whatever. So this one is -4. And then we flip it. That was +4. Okay. And this one looks like it's going to drop. It's actually not going to decrease that much. Okay, no, it decreased by a lot. Okay. Okay, so now these are the forces. Looks kind of bad. But maybe this makes it better. Total has gone down. So that's at least good. It is still larger. In fact, it looks like it's about to just take these two out completely. It's still going to give more to this one, though, because it's greater than that one. So first 1.54. Second one is, yeah. And then it's going to be a very small value. Oh, it didn't decrease that much. Relatively. It cut it in half. Well, okay. It was 0.5 and now it's going to be like almost nothing. So yeah, now it looks like this, which is probably really unstable. It's probably just not even correct at all. Okay, it actually still has gone down. Okay. I'll just say continue until we get here. And now total is practically 0 at this point. And this is what it did. It took a lot of weight off the middle, which is not what I would like to see. I mean, this is probably pretty close to what it would have been. Just these two would have been flipped around. Or maybe it would have been more like this would have been in the middle, this would have been the left, and this would have been on the right. Or the top point. So if I just do this. In my mind, the 0.8 becomes this one. The 0.52 becomes this one. And this one becomes 0.112. Not exactly, but I feel like that's close to what the final result would have been. But this is now... This has done a really good job, actually. Then we can just stop iterating at that point. And then I'll just leave print forces there at the bottom. So this should be stable. Yeah, it's stable. I don't see the values changing. It's just like not the best result though. Like while this point is between these other ones, then it's like it struggles. But once it's over here, then it's like, okay, well, now we can just stabilize with some fine values. Although one of these has dropped to 0. That would be this one, I think. Drops to 0. It does converge quickly. In fact, I think what I can... Uh-oh. Okay. I think what I can do is I can actually give it some initial torque. Or just a constant force, I think. In radians. What the hell is that? 1? Okay. Oh, I'm not adding the constant, right? Right. Let me do this. What I mean, I guess I do this. I say, I'll say if not spinning, spin goes true, and I do state angular velocity 0.5. So ideally, I never see it start deviating, right? Like this will all solve really well. This is unfortunate where this one at the bottom is just taking all of the weight. Which, I mean, like it makes sense, but it's also really bad. Like, these solutions are all still pretty bad, I think. I mean, this one's not so bad. Like, really, this one should take, like, half, and this would take the other half combined, but once it starts flipping over like this, it just suddenly gets really, really bad really quick. Like, I feel like you can even see it happen. This one drops to nothing, and then it spikes up, and then it drops, and then it gets really, really high. So it's, yeah, it's, like, wild. Yeah, in a single tick, this one goes from taking on like half the weight to taking on 3% of the weight. This one goes on from taking a third of the weight to 2% of the weight. So it's still, it's very stable. It looks like it's rotating at a constant rate. I mean, I guess I can print it every time. I'll even do this just to prove it. That at every step. Oh, okay, well. It looked really constant to me. It looked really constant to me. What is the angular velocity? It lost a little bit. Okay. I mean, that could just be fixed with, you know, maybe I go for 10 iterations and it's going to get a really accurate value. Oh, I was going to say, and it did, but then it didn't pass here in this position. I think I should probably like move this shape up here to the corner so I can always see it. Yeah. So what is it? 5002. I mean, I guess what I should do is probably check it down here and see this. I don't know why it's gone. Did the camera move? Why is that not visible in the corner? Why is it not visible in the corner? Oh, is it because it's doing... Yeah, okay, I don't know. Anyway, keep going. And then it does that. All right, so... who knows what it looks like right now because this thing is just very odd in behavior. Yeah, so basically as soon as it goes vertical, it fails. And it left angular velocity at 0.502. Do I still have any of this stuff? I don't have total anymore. Forces were this. Okay, maybe... I guess I can just pull total out here. So I can at least see it. Total is 0.0. I mean, yes. I feel like I obviously should have noticed that. I mean, maybe I do just say, like, if it's negative, don't change it. Just don't change it. Maybe I do like I said, where... check if this result is less than 1, that means I'm going to be doing a decrease, which means maybe I only allow that on the first turn. I allow whatever decrease you want on the first turn. Unless it's negative. No. I don't know, I still could do it where I just take one and I balance it against the other two. And I just say, if you have to decrease this one, then forget it, go to the next one. Try like a new set. And go until I find one that wants to increase. And then I say, alright, cool, we can do that. We'll increase your force. We'll decrease the collective force of the other group. And then we go into that group and we say, alright, now how do we need to balance here? I mean, I feel like that would actually just kind of solve it. You know what I'd like to see? Is there... I would like to see a visualization of the surface of this, because that's what this is. There's like a three-dimensional shape. It's probably like some kind of warped sphere, honestly. Where the values that I keep getting are like somewhere near the poles. Like the x and the z coordinate are 0, but the y coordinate is like very high, right? Or any of those other like 3 poles, right? There's like 3 poles, 3 axes. Doing this method just really wants to align to the axis. What I want to do is I want to find a point that's far from the axes. The furthest point from all axes. Starting from there and moving slowly away from that point to find it. Which is what I start with. I initialize it to that point precisely. On the furthest away from all the poles. I mean, I don't know, maybe that's just where I take... Maybe that's where I take a more of a gradient approach then. Right? I start at that point and I basically find... I mean, what I would do is I would say... which direction for movement on each of these. So I can say Does increasing or decreasing this one get me closer? Does increasing or decreasing this one get me closer? And that can kind of create my direction. But then I also want like a length, which I think is what the gradients are. I mean, that's what I named them. Right. I know that out of everything, reducing this one gets me there the fastest. But what about... Whoops. I meant this one. What is F right now? I mean, at least in one direct, I mean, yeah, at least in one dimension, I know that this is what I get, right? So I look at these three and I say, I look at these three, I look at my total, and I say, all right, who's the best? I guess what I do is I pick the largest positive, the smallest negative, and when I say smallest there, I mean the negative that's closest to 0. Or no, maybe I don't do that. Yeah, I think I take the largest positive, the largest negative, and I balance those two. Using the total. I mean, I think I already... I mean, what happens if I were to do, like, I think I can just use parentheses, right? What if I already start with... what would be... I feel like this is, like, close-ish to the right values. So if that was already my share of force, what do I see here then? I guess I just see the same thing, but more extreme. This one is slightly larger, but then these ones are also even larger, actually. So the previous A was this one. This one got smaller, and these one got larger. So what does that mean? It means in this case, I would change these again, right? I would take this value, I would decrease this one and increase this one to balance them out. But So this one's not very good because it got worse, I think. I would need something that... Because these are already near a pole here, which is this pole. These values were already closer together, now these values are further apart. I don't know, what's the sum of A? Oh no, that's wrong. Maybe normalizing it here is wrong then. Or maybe I would divide it G-O... I want it to push away from the poles. I saw this before. What would be F over... Oh, also that was actually kind of wrong. It should be 0.5. It would be this one like that. What does that middle value being so high mean? What if I did F times G? What does this mean? F is still even, yeah. What does that mean? Do I still have this, me, so this positive rotation. Which means if I were to treat these two as being the same thing, say G2 is equal to should be the same sum. Right. Then I've just merged that one into that one. So now what happens if I try to balance this one? I would do, I think the current code is actually really good on the ones that have like a stable solution right away. It found them immediately. So I can do this over the force that's applied there. So I guess in this case, now I have F2 is going to be okay. So this is now the force distribution. Okay. So then I run through this, I do new force, I would okay, I did do a step in here which I haven't really explained, or I guess I didn't think too hard about like how did I decide to do that? I decided to do it because I see that this is a grouping where I can increase the force of this one. I can increase this one's force from this grouping, which is what I would like to do. I like to balance it by increasing a force first. I don't want to look at something and say, oh, we need to go to a negative force, or we need to drop this one to 0. I don't want to do that. I want to look at where can I add. Is there a grouping where I can add a smaller force or increase a smaller force total? Right. Maybe that's specifically what it is. I'm looking for a grouping where I end up with something like this. The one that I want to increase is smaller than the average, which I guess in this case is 0.5. Yeah, out of this set, right? This would be 0.5 now. If I started with 4 points, it would go down to 3 points. So its initial value would have been 0.25. Now that's down to 3 points. It would be 0.25 is less than 0.3 or 1/3. So we'd be trying to increase that one. So that's the idea there. So now I've done that. I'm just going to comment that out. It will be A minus total over A, right? So say A2 is going to be okay. And G2 is going to be A2 minus T, which is still the same, over A2. So there's the balancing. And technically I could stop at this point, right? Because I do this balancing, I leave the other two, or I decrease the total of the other two by this amount, and I increase this one. But then I think what I do then is I say, all right, I have this new decreased value. I look at those and I say, all right, what does that mean we're doing? Right. I think ideally, I would decrease one and increase the other, right? I look at the other grouping where they sum together, and I say, all right, well, instead of decreasing both of them, I could decrease the right one by a little bit and the middle one by a lot, or whatever I'd be doing there. I could decrease the right one by more because it needs to be decreased, or I don't know, figure out something like that. So I have that. So I'll say in F2 will be F2 plus F2 times NG2 minus 1. Right? So on the left side gets 0.5 and the right side gets to share 0.4 of the force. Normally that would just mean to split it. So then I would say, in this case, NF would now be so now it would look like this. Which I guess I happen to know is probably pretty bad. That's still not ideal, I think. I still think the ideal is that the middle one is nearly 0.3 and the other two I mean, maybe I just try plugging this in and see what it thinks about this one. Is it the current orient? All right, let me try this. Yeah, I kind of wanted to be here. I think I'm gonna want it there. All right. I'll save this. I'll run through the one step just to get what these values are. That's not what I expected to see. Negative, yeah, that's right. Never mind, that's right. Okay. That's G. Okay. Wrong way around. Right, okay. So in this case, what I say is that G2 will be a vec of like that. Right, okay. Okay. This F2 and G2 minus 1. Okay. And then so there's that. Just say F2 is equal to that. And then I would say F would now be equal to these values. Okay, so I want to see what it thinks about this one with the same layout. Does it think this is good or not? And by think, I mean, does it calculate it to be good or not? Okay, so that was dumb. I just didn't even look at it. Total negative 0.004. So it actually did get pretty good pretty fast. So I mean, I guess now I want to see like what it thinks it should do about this. We shouldn't have any negative forces. It wants to decrease those two and increase the other one, it seems. Right? Okay. And that's going to rescale that. Alright, so from this to this, which, I don't know, it's something. I'll see what it gets the total at now. The total is perfectly 0. So but what does this mean, right? Like, what does this really look like? I'm trying to get it to render it so I can look at it. Okay, it's just like totally glitched out right now. What? That was rude. Okay. Like I said, just hit continue. Some crazy values there, but oh, interesting. Okay, 1 second. All right, I've just noticed the time. I'm shocked that I've actually gone for 9 hours. I just kind of don't believe that. Am I getting anywhere? Am I really getting anywhere? I feel like this is better now, but it's definitely the case where I think this just looks bad. That looks wrong. That doesn't seem right. What do I think the share of force should be in this case? I think force 0.2 takes the most, and then these other ones pretty much balance for themselves. Which, I mean, this is still a solution. I mean, clearly, because I did a little bit of this, and then it got it really close. But it probably only got it really close because this one in the middle has such a small relative change in motion to the rest. I mean, I guess if I really look at this, it's like, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's... I mean, that's basically just 0. I don't know. Maybe I need to think more about it. Maybe it'll come to me in a dream. That's gonna be it for today, though. Yeah, it's gonna be it for me for today. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.